Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The sky above Hogwarts Castle had never appeared so treacherous. Clouds, heavy with ancient magic, swirled in violent patterns, their edges illuminated with flashes of silver lightning that seemed to move with unnatural purpose. The graduating class of witches and wizards huddled beneath an enchanted canopy on the grounds, their faces reflecting a mixture of apprehension and excitement as they prepared to bid farewell to 7 years of magical education. Headmistress McGonagall's voice carried across the grounds, steady despite the atmospheric disturbance. As you step forth from these hallowed halls, remember that the magic of Hogwarts will always... Her words were cut short by a deafening crack as 4 lightning bolts, 1 emerald, 1 sapphire, 1 ruby and 1 topaz, descended simultaneously from the tempest above. The crowd gasped in horror as the bolts struck 4 students standing at different corners of the gathering. Nathaniel Longbottom, the gentle Hufflepuff, whose affinity for herbology had surpassed even his famous ancestors. Victoria Shafik, the calculating Slytherin, whose ambition was matched only by her brilliance. Alexander Macmillan, the charismatic Gryffindor, whose courage had saved 3 first years during a disastrous encounter with a chimera, and Lyra Lovegood, the enigmatic Ravenclaw, whose unconventional wisdom often left professors speechless. When the blinding light subsided, the 4 lay motionless upon the scorched grass. Professors rushed to their aid, but all healing spells dissipated uselessly against their skin, which now bore intricate, glowing runes that pulsed with elemental energy. "Take them to the hospital wing immediately," commanded McGonagall, her voice betraying the slightest tremor. "And someone fetch the portrait of Dumbledore from my office." 3 days passed before the first of them awakened. Nathaniel Longbottom opened his eyes to find the hospital wing's stone floor rippling beneath his bed like gentle waves upon a tranquil lake. As his consciousness fully returned, the stones settled back into place, though small vines continued to sprout from the cracks between them, reaching toward his outstretched fingers. Fascinating," came a serene voice from beside him. Lyra Lovegood sat cross-legged on her bed, seemingly suspended inches above the mattress by a gentle current of air. Her silver-blonde hair floated around her face like a spectral halo. "It seems we've become conduits for the elemental forces. I can hear the winds whispering secrets from distant lands." Before Nathaniel could respond, a piercing scream erupted from across the room as Victoria Shafik discovered the water in her glass, rising in a perfect spiral at her command, while Alexander Macmillan awoke with a start, the candles near his bedside erupting into roaring flames that danced in complex patterns mirroring his racing heartbeat. "Do calm yourselves," came a commanding voice from the far wall, a voice that belonged to no portrait that had hung there before. The 4 students turned to find themselves gazing upon the legendary visage of Merlin himself, depicted in oils, yet somehow more vibrant and alive than any magical portrait they had encountered. "You have been chosen," the portrait continued, his ancient eyes gleaming with secrets untold. "The elemental vow has been invoked once more. The barrier between dimensions weakens," Merlin explained, as the four students gathered in the room of requirement, which had transformed itself into a chamber reminiscent of ancient druidic temples. At the center stood a stone table upon which four elemental symbols glowed: a mountain, a wave, a flame, and a swirling gust. Dundee, every 1,000 years, the veil between the elemental planes and our world grows thin. In ancient times, before Hogwarts, before the Ministry, even before the first wand was crafted, wizards and witches were more attuned to elemental magic. Four guardians would arise to renew the wards. Victoria's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Why have we never heard of this? There's nothing in the Hogwarts curriculum about elemental guardians. Knowledge fades, Miss Shafiq, Merlin replied, his painted lips curving into a smile that did not reach his eyes. Some secrets are best kept until needed. The founders knew of this cycle and built Hogwarts upon a nexus of elemental power to ensure that when the time came, worthy vessels would be present. Alexander paced restlessly, small flames flickering at his fingertips. So we've been chosen to save the world from some interdimensional threat, just when I thought graduation would be my biggest challenge. Not just any threat, Merlin's voice darkened. The Devourers, beings of pure anti-elemental energy that consume magic itself. Already they slip through the weakening barrier. You've seen the signs, unexplained magical failures, ancient creatures stirring in the forbidden forest, the increasingly erratic behavior of magical artifacts. Nathaniel, who had been quietly contemplating the earthen symbol, finally spoke. What must we do? Journey to the four elemental realms, Merlin answered. Each of you must retrieve a primal seal from your respective realm and return it to Hogwarts. Only when the four seals are united can the barrier be restored. Lyra, who had been hovering slightly above her chair, descended gently. How do we reach these realms? I imagine they're not accessible via the Hogwarts Express. Merlin gestured toward the center of the table where the four symbols had begun to rotate, forming a complex mandala. The pathways reveal themselves to those who bear the elemental mark. But be warned, the elemental realms are not like our world. Time flows differently there, and the denizens may not welcome human intruders, even those blessed with elemental powers. The first portal manifested 3 nights later in the heart of the Forbidden Forest. A massive oak tree, ancient beyond reckoning, split down the middle to reveal a pathway aglow with emerald light. Nathaniel approached it, feeling the call of the Earth Realm resonating through his very bones. Remember, Victoria cautioned, her normally cool demeanor softened by genuine concern. Merlin said time moves differently there. What feels like hours to you might be days for us. Alexander clasped Nathaniel's shoulder. We'll wait as long as it takes, mate. Lyra pressed a small leather pouch into his hand. Dirigible plum seeds. They grow in any soil and always point the way home. With a deep breath, Nathaniel stepped through the portal and vanished, the tree sealing itself behind him. And then there were 3, whispered Victoria, gazing up at the night sky where storm clouds gathered once more. Dualdit. The Earth Realm unfolded before Nathaniel in breathtaking majesty, vast mountain ranges crafted entirely of precious gems, forests of crystalline trees with leaves of hammered gold, and meadows where the grass chimed softly when brushed by his robes. Sentient boulders with faces of roughly hewn granite observed his passage with ancient, patient eyes. Following the pull of his newfound powers, Nathaniel journeyed for what seemed like days, though he neither hungered nor tired. Finally, he arrived at a cathedral-like cavern where the earthen seal, a disk of obsidian inscribed with runes of binding, rested upon a plinth of pure diamond. As he reached for it, the ground trembled, and a voice like the grinding of tectonic plates filled the cavern. Why do you seek the seal, human child? From the shadows emerged the guardian of Earth, a colossal being with a body of living stone, veined with precious metals, crowned with a forest that grew upon its shoulders. Nathaniel stood his ground, drawing strength from the earth beneath his feet, to heal the barrier between worlds and protect both realms from the Devourers. The guardian studied him with eyes of amber. Many have sought the seal for noble purposes, only to be corrupted by its power. Tell me, child of Hufflepuff, if you had the power to reshape mountains and command the very bedrock, what would you create? The question hung in the air, a test of character disguised as curiosity. Nathaniel considered carefully before answering. Gardens, he said simply, places where things can grow and flourish. My power would serve life, not dominate it. A rumble that might have been laughter emanated from the guardian. A worthy answer. Take the seal, Nathaniel Longbottom. But know this, once all four seals are united, a choice will present itself. Choose wisely, for the fate of both our worlds hangs in the balance. As Nathaniel grasped the seal, the cavern dissolved around him, and he found himself back in the forbidden forest, though the position of the stars told him weeks had passed. In the distance, Hogwarts Castle stood silhouetted against a sky where unnatural aurora borealis danced in 4 elemental colors. But something was wrong. Where pristine towers had once reached toward the heavens, parts of the castle now lay in ruins. The protective wards shimmered weakly, under assault by shadowy creatures that seemed to absorb the magical light as they pressed against the barriers. Clutching the earthen seal to his chest, Nathaniel ran toward the besieged castle, dread filling his heart as he wondered what had become of his friends, and whether Merlin's guidance was truly leading them toward salvation, or something far more sinister. For in the moments before the Earth realm released him, Nathaniel had glimpsed something troubling in the Guardian's memories, an ancient betrayal, a schism among elemental forces, and at its center, a figure whose face was obscured, but whose pointed hat and long beard were unmistakable. The true test of the elementals had only just begun. Story 2. Deep within the labyrinthine Department of Mysteries, where shadows danced with secrets and time itself seemed to hold its breath, Cassiopeia Weasley's wand light illuminated ancient runes etched into a forgotten archway. Her fingers, calloused from years of handling magical artifacts, traced the symbols as her lips silently formed words no living soul had uttered in centuries. The midnight blue robes of an unspeakable hung from her slender frame as she worked. Her copper hair, a legacy of her Weasley lineage, tied back with a ribbon woven with protective charms. For 3 years, she had pursued rumors of this chamber, following a trail of cryptic references scattered throughout obscure historical texts. Now, on the eve of Samhain, when the boundaries between worlds grew thin, the archway finally revealed its secrets. "Don Revelio Fundatori," she whispered, pressing her palm against the keystone where the emblems of Hogwarts' 4 houses converged. The stone beneath her hand grew warm, then scalding hot. Cassiopeia refused to recoil, gritting her teeth as the magic recognized her unusual bloodline, a rare confluence of all 4 houses, with ancestors from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. The archway shuddered, ancient dust cascading from its curves, and slowly parted to reveal a chamber untouched by time. At its center, floating above a pedestal of obsidian, hovered a crown. It was both beautiful and terrible to behold. Forged from a metal that seemed to shift between silver, gold, bronze, and iron, depending on how the light struck it, the crown's circlet was adorned with gems that pulsed with inner fire: ruby, emerald, sapphire, and amber. Intricate spellwork was woven into every curve and angle, some runes so ancient they predated modern magical theory. The crown of 1,000 spells, Cassiopeia breathed, her scholarly composure momentarily broken by awe. According to legend, it was the only artifact ever created jointly by all 4 Hogwarts founders, designed to amplify magical ability beyond mortal limits. It had vanished shortly after the founders' time, becoming little more than a footnote in magical history. As she approached, the crown emitted a soft hum that resonated with her magical core. The gems brightened, seeming to recognize her presence. Against all protocol and better judgment, Cassiopeia reached for it, driven by an academic hunger to understand its secrets. The moment her fingertips touched the metal, visions flooded her mind, spells of unimaginable power, knowledge long forgotten, and, most disturbing of all, 5 shadows standing where history recorded only 4 founders. The crown lifted itself from the pedestal and moved toward her head as if drawn by magnetic force. Cassiopeia barely managed to redirect it into her enchanted satchel, which she quickly sealed with specialized containment spells. The chamber began to tremble, the magic that had preserved it for centuries now unraveling. She fled through the archway just as the ceiling began to collapse, ancient stones returning to dust as the hidden room erased itself from existence. 300 miles north, in a towering black spire hidden from Muggle eyes by layers of misdirection charms, a silver instrument on Lord Corvinus's desk began to chime. The hooded figure lifted his gaze from ancient manuscripts, the shadows beneath his cowl concealing all but the gleam of ice-blue eyes. "So," he said, his voice like velvet over steel, "after all these centuries, the crown awakens." A door opened, admitting a witch whose elegant robes bore the emblem of the weaving, a silver spider superimposed over a broken wand. "Assemble the conclave," Corvinus commanded. "The vessel has been found." In her flat above obscurest books in Diagon Alley, Cassiopeia paced before a wall covered in research notes. The crown sat upon her desk, safely contained within a glass case inscribed with suppression runes. Yet still she felt its presence pulling at her consciousness like an insistent whisper. For 3 days she had scarcely slept, dividing her time between studying the crown and strengthening her wards. She had sent an enchanted messenger to her superiors in the Department of Mysteries, but received no response, a silence more alarming than any reprimand. The sound of breaking glass downstairs interrupted her thoughts. Moving swiftly to the window, she glimpsed hooded figures slipping through her shop's shattered front door. Black robes, silver emblems, the weaving. Their reputation as collectors of forbidden artifacts and lost magic had reached even the Department of Mysteries. With practiced efficiency, Cassiopeia flicked her wand, activating emergency wards as she grabbed her satchel and the crown. A hidden panel in the wall slid open, revealing a narrow passage, one of many escape routes she had prepared, having inherited both her mother's intellect and her father's paranoia. As she slipped through, the door to her flat exploded inward. Through the settling dust, a tall figure emerged, face obscured by an ornate silver mask. "You cannot hide what belongs to us, daughter of 4 houses," came a voice that seemed to bypass her ears and speak directly to her mind. The passage sealed itself behind her as she fled into the night. Spinner's End remained a place most wizards avoided. The dilapidated row houses bore lingering traces of dark magic, remnants of its most infamous resident. It was precisely this reputation that had allowed Severus Prince, formerly Severus Snape, before he changed his name to honor his mother's lineage, to live in solitude, pursuing quiet atonement through research into defensive magic. The sudden appearance of a desperate unspeakable on his doorstep, clutching an artifact of legend, was an unwelcome disruption to this penance. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, black eyes assessing both Cassiopeia and the crown with equal suspicion. "I had nowhere else to go," she replied. "You're the only living person who has successfully resisted both the imperious curse and possession by dark artifacts." A bitter smile twisted his thin lips. Hardly qualifications to inspire confidence. Nevertheless, he admitted her to his home, a surprising contrast to its exterior, with walls lined with rare books and a laboratory that would make most potions masters weep with envy. Over the following days, they worked together to unravel the crown's mysteries. Severus recognized certain spellwork that predated even Salazar Slytherin's techniques, magic that whispered of a darker, older tradition than Hogwarts had ever acknowledged. "The histories are incomplete," he explained one evening as they sat before the fire, the crown floating between them in a containment field. There was a schism among the founders that few records mention. Cassiopeia leaned forward. "The fifth shadow." "I saw it when I touched the crown," Severus nodded grimly. "Aurelius Winters, a master of mind magic and spiritual transference who helped design Hogwarts' foundations. The other founders discovered his ultimate goal, to create a vessel that would allow him to achieve a form of immortality by preserving his consciousness." "The crown," Cassiopeia whispered. "Indeed." They defeated him, but could not destroy the crown without unleashing catastrophic magical backlash. So they sealed it away and systematically removed his name from Hogwarts history. That night, as Cassiopeia slept, the crown's whispers intensified. It showed her visions of power beyond imagining, the ability to revolutionize magical theory, to rediscover lost spells, to reshape the very world. Each promise was tailored to her scholarly ambitions, her secret desires. "I can give you knowledge beyond mortal understanding," it whispered. "We are kindred spirits, you and I. We seek only truth and enlightenment." She awoke to find herself standing before the crown, her hand outstretched to take it from its containment. Only Severus's intervention, a shield charm cast with reflexes honed by years as a spy, prevented disaster. "It grows stronger," he observed, dark circles beneath his eyes betraying his own sleepless vigil. "It senses your compatibility as a descendant of all four houses, the perfect vessel for Aurelius's return. Then we destroy it," Cassiopeia declared. Severus shook his head. "Impossible without the original founder's combined power. But perhaps..." He paused, contemplating. "And perhaps we can use Winter's own magic against him." The ritual required blood freely given from Cassiopeia, the living legacy of the four houses, and Severus's expertise in mind magic. As they prepared, the wards around Spinner's End shuddered under assault. The weaving had found them. "I'll hold them off," Severus said, his wand moving in complex patterns as he reinforced the boundaries. "Or complete the ritual." Cassiopeia stood within a circle of runes, the crown floating before her. She began the incantation Severus had designed, calling upon the crown not as a supplicant, but as a rightful heir to its magic. The gems flared, ruby, emerald, sapphire, amber, as she channeled the essence of each house through her blood. Outside, flashes of spell light illuminated the night as Severus dueled multiple assailants. Through the window, she glimpsed Lord Corvinus, his silver mask gleaming, directing the attack. The crown began to shudder, the metal flowing like quicksilver as a spectral face formed within its circle, handsome, cruel, ancient. "You cannot unmake me," it hissed in a voice like dry parchment. "I am eternal. I am knowledge incarnate." "No," Cassiopeia replied, her voice steady despite her fear. "You are merely a shadow, Aurelius. And shadows cannot exist without light." With these words, she completed the final stroke of the ritual, channeling not just the power of the four houses, but their essential qualities: Gryffindor's courage, Hufflepuff's loyalty, Ravenclaw's wisdom, and Slytherin's cunning. The crown's metal began to separate, the 1,000 spells woven into its making unraveling one by one. A terrible scream echoed through the house as Aurelius Winter's consciousness, preserved for a millennium, finally dissolved into the ether. The front door burst open. Lord Corvinus stood framed in the entrance, his mask askew to reveal a face both young and ancient, his eyes burning with fury. "What have you done?" he demanded. Before him lay Cassiopeia, exhausted but triumphant, surrounded by 4 separate circlets, one of gold, one of silver, one of bronze, and one of iron, each containing a single gem. The crown of 1,000 spells was no more, returned to its original components. "I've done what the founders should have finished," she replied. "And their power remains, but his corruption is gone." Corvinus raised his wand, but found himself frozen in place by Severus's silent spell from the shadows. "The weaving sought the crown to resurrect Winters," Severus explained, stepping into view. "De Corvinus is not their leader, but Winters, last apprentice, preserved through dark magic to await his master's return." As dawn broke over Spinner's End, agents from the Department of Mysteries finally arrived, taking custody of both the circlets and Corvinus. In the cold morning light, the legendary artifacts seemed smaller somehow, mere relics of a distant age. "What will you do now?" Severus asked, as they watched the unspeakables depart. Cassiopeia smiled wearily, the weight of centuries-old secrets finally lifted from her shoulders. What any good scholar does after solving one mystery. Find another. Precisely. Her eyes gleamed with the same curiosity that had led her to the crown, tempered now by wisdom hard won. After all, if one founder could be erased from history, how many other secrets might still be buried at Hogwarts? Severus finished, a reluctant spark of interest crossing his austere features. The sun climbed higher, casting long shadows behind them as they turned toward an uncertain but promising future, the whispers of ancient magic still echoing in their wake. Story 3. The ancient stones of Ravenclaw Tower groaned like a slumbering giant awakened from centuries of dream. Eleanor Shacklebolt steadied herself against a bookshelf as the entire castle of Hogwarts shuddered beneath a magical tremor unlike any recorded in Hogwarts, a history. Dust cascaded from vaulted ceilings, while suits of armor clattered in alarm throughout corridors steeped in 1,000 years of arcane. "And everyone, remain calm." Professor Flitwick's voice pierced through the panic as students huddled beneath enchanted tables in the Ravenclaw common room. The castle's foundations are warded against far worse than a magical quake. But Eleanor, with her strange affinity for the castle's more esoteric energies, a gift inherited from her mother's mysterious lineage, sensed something different in this tremor. This was no natural occurrence, but rather a deliberate awakening. As the bronze eagle knocker that guarded Ravenclaw Tower posed riddles, the very stones beneath her feet seemed to whisper a question meant for her alone. When the shaking finally subsided, leaving the tower seemingly unchanged to most eyes, Eleanor alone noticed the new archway that had appeared behind a previously solid wall, its stones arranged in a perfect mathematical sequence that made her breath catch in her throat. Later that night, when her fellow Ravenclaws had finally succumbed to exhausted sleep, Eleanor slipped from her four-poster bed and approached the mysterious archway. By wandlight, She traced the runes etched into the keystone, symbols so ancient they predated the standard runic alphabet taught at Hogwarts. Sapientia revelata, she whispered, the words coming to her mind unbidden. The archway shimmered, its stones rearranging themselves like a complex puzzle box, responding to the correct solution. A spiral staircase materialized, descending deep beneath the tower into darkness that her Lumos spell barely penetrated. Eleanor's heart thundered against her ribs as she descended, drawn by an inexplicable certainty that she alone was meant to discover whatever lay below. The air grew heavy with magic as she spiraled downward, the walls lined with mosaics depicting constellations unfamiliar to modern astronomy. The staircase opened into a vast circular chamber that, by all laws of magical architecture, should not have fit beneath the tower. Bookshelves soared toward a ceiling, enchanted to display a perfect replica of the night sky, while crystalline orbs hung suspended in the air, each containing what appeared to be miniature galaxies swirling in cosmic dance. At the chamber's center stood a pedestal of blue-veined marble, and upon it rested a book unlike any Eleanor had ever seen. Its cover was fashioned from what appeared to be solidified starlight, bound with silver threads that shimmered with their own inner luminescence. Upon its face was etched a silver eagle, wings outstretched in flight, its eyes twin sapphires that seemed to follow her movement. The lost grimoire, Eleanor breathed, recognition flooding her mind, though she had never seen it before. De Rowena Ravenclaw's personal grimoire. The moment her fingertips brushed the cover, the sapphire eyes flashed with brilliant light. The book opened of its own accord, pages turning as if caught in a spectral breeze, revealing text written in shimmering ink that shifted between languages, ancient runes giving way to Latin, then transitioning to English before her eyes. The awakening approaches. The veil thins. The Guardian emerges. As Eleanor read these words aloud, the ink seemed to lift from the page, swirling around her arms like liquid silver. The runes burned cold as they etched themselves into her skin, spiraling from her wrists up her arms to disappear beneath her nightclothes. A gasp escaped her lips, not of pain, but of sudden knowledge pouring into her mind, star charts of impossible complexity, spell formulae that rewrote fundamental laws of magic, and most disturbing of all, visions of Hogwarts Castle not as a school, but as a fortress holding back a darkness that pulsed against ancient wards. "The runes have chosen you," said Prince Orion, his centaur's body half hidden in shadow as he stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest 3 nights later. His human torso was adorned with intricate tattoos that mimicked the constellations above, his expression grave as he studied the markings now visible on Eleanor's forearms. Eleanor had sought out the centaur after her second vision, a terrifying glimpse of a cosmic event known as the Awakening, when the alignment of magical ley lines would amplify all magic to potentially catastrophic levels. The castle's groundskeeper had mentioned that one centaur, exiled from his herd for controversial prophecies, occasionally helped students who wandered too far into the forest. "What does it mean?" she asked, pulling her robes tighter against the autumn chill. "The grimoire keeps showing me visions of something imprisoned beneath Hogwarts, something the founders sealed away." Orion's eyes reflected starlight as he gazed toward the castle. "The humans have forgotten their history. Hogwarts was not built primarily as a school, though education became its purpose in peaceful times. It was constructed as a ward fortress over the nexus point of Britain's magical currents. Beneath its foundations lies the Void Gate, a passage to realms beyond mortal comprehension." Eleanor shivered. "And now something's trying to come through." "The signs have been present for those with eyes to see," Orion replied. Strange magical phenomena increasing across Britain. Creatures long dormant, stirring in ancient burrows. The centaurs have observed the heavens for centuries, tracking the cycle. The awakening comes every millennium, when the stars align and the void gate's seals are at their weakest. A twig snapped in the darkness, and both turned sharply. Orion knocked an arrow to his bow in one fluid motion. "We are watched," he murmured. "The Apagadores have sensed the grimoire's activation." "The who?" Eleanor whispered. "The Erasers. An ancient order dedicated to destroying knowledge they deem too dangerous for wizard kind. They believe ignorance is safety. They have hunted Ravenclaw's grimoire for centuries." As if summoned by his words, 3 figures in midnight blue robes emerged from the trees, their faces concealed behind featureless silver masks. The leader raised a wand of dark wood. "Step away from the Guardian, Centaur," the figure commanded, voice distorted by enchantment. The grimoire's knowledge must be erased before the awakening." Orion's bow thrummed, sending an arrow streaking toward the speaker, who deflected it with a silent shield charm. The other 2 Apagadors flung curses that illuminated the forest in bursts of sickly green light. "Run to the castle," Orion shouted, rearing on his hind legs as he loosed another arrow. "Yes, the wards will protect you." Eleanor fled, heart pounding, the runes on her skin burning with cold fire as she sprinted through the underbrush. Behind her, she heard Orion's battle cry mingling with spellfire and the crack of splintering trees. She had nearly reached the edge of the forest when a spell caught her, lifting her from her feet and slamming her against an ancient oak. The impact knocked the breath from her lungs as one of the masked figures approached, wand leveled at her heart. "The grimoire's location, girl?" the Apagador demanded. "Tell us, and your death will be painless." Eleanor felt the runes pulse beneath her robes, power surging through her veins. Knowledge unfurled in her mind, a defensive spell Ravenclaw had created but never taught, deemed too powerful for casual use. Her lips formed words in a language older than Latin, her wandless hand tracing a complex sigil in the air. Blue-white energy erupted from her fingertips, coalescing into an eagle of pure light that screeched as it dove toward her attacker. The Apagador attempted a shield charm, but the spectral eagle tore through it like parchment, lifting the masked figure into the air before dispersing in a shower of luminous feathers. The Apagador collapsed, mask cracked to reveal the shocked face of a witch not much older than Eleanor herself. "How?" the witch gasped. "That spell was purged from all records." "Not all," Eleanor replied, the certainty of the grimoire's knowledge flowing through her. "Ravenclaw preserved what you sought to destroy." In the following weeks, as autumn deepened toward winter, Eleanor divided her time between her studies, deciphering the grimoire's secrets in the hidden chamber, and training with Orion, who had survived the forest encounter with only minor injuries. The runes continued to spread across her skin, each new marking granting her insight into Ravenclaw's vast repository of forgotten magic. The Apagadors had retreated, but not disappeared. Twice more they attempted to infiltrate Hogwarts, only to be thwarted by the castle's ancient defenses. Defenses Eleanor now understood were designed not merely to protect students from external threats, but to contain what lay beneath. "The Founders knew," she explained to Orion as they stood atop the astronomy tower, watching the stars inch toward their millennial alignment. "But they built Hogwarts over the Void Gate because they discovered entities from beyond our reality had been influencing wizarding conflicts, feeding on magical energy released during warfare. And now one such entity stirs," Orion confirmed, his expression somber. "The visions you've described match the ancient prophecies of my herd." The hungering void, they called it, a consciousness from between dimensions that consumes magic itself. Eleanor's hand drifted to her collar, where the runes now reached her neck. The grimoire is showing me how to strengthen the seals, but the magic required, it's beyond anything taught at Hogwarts today. Because modern wizards fear true power, came a voice from the shadows. Both turned to find the unmasked Apagador witch, hands raised in a gesture of peace. My name is Thea Nightshade. I was sent to destroy the grimoire, but what I've witnessed has changed my perspective. Eleanor tensed, the runes glowing faintly beneath her robes. Why should I trust you? Because the Apagadores are divided, Thea replied. Some believe all dangerous knowledge must be erased. Others, like myself, have come to realize that without Ravenclaw's grimoire, the awakening will unleash horrors beyond imagination. Orion's tail flicked with suspicion, but he lowered his bow. What do you propose? Thea's gaze met Eleanor's. The ritual to strengthen the Void Gate seals requires 4 casters, one aligned with each founder's elemental affinity. I can help you find them. Eleanor felt the weight of destiny settling upon her shoulders as she extended her hand to the former enemy. The grimoire had shown her what failure would mean. Hogwarts reduced to ruins, magic itself corrupted and twisted by the entity's influence. A new dark age descending upon both wizarding and Muggle worlds. Then we begin tonight, she declared, the runes pulsing in agreement. The awakening approaches, but Ravenclaw's knowledge remains, and this time will seal the darkness away forever. Above them, the stars continued their inexorable journey toward alignment, while far below, beneath the ancient stones of Hogwarts, something ancient and patient stirred in its long imprisonment, sensing the thinning of its cage. The true purpose of Hogwarts, not just as a school of witchcraft and wizardry, but as the final bulwark against cosmic horror, would soon be tested once more. Story 4. Mist coiled like ancient serpents around the jagged stones of Raven's Peak, a forgotten promontory in the Scottish Highlands that loomed beyond the boundaries of Hogwarts' protective enchantments. Beneath a sky painted with the fading brushstrokes of sunset, a wounded creature dragged itself across dew-slicked grass, leaving a trail of silvery blood that gleamed with an unnatural light. Its form, a chimeric blend of stag and falcon, shuddered as it collapsed beside a standing stone etched with symbols no modern wizard could decipher. The creature's death cry echoed across the moors, a haunting sound that carried on the wind to the ears of Thaddeus Lupin, who stood at his classroom window in Hogwarts Castle. The young professor of defense against the dark arts stiffened, his hand instinctively reaching for the amulet hidden beneath his robes, a silver disc inscribed with the same ancient symbols that adorned the distant standing stone. It was the 3rd such cry this fortnight, and each seemed to pull at something deep within his blood, awakening memories not his own. Another one, Professor? Asked Ilara Winters, a perceptive 7th year who had stayed after class to discuss her thesis on protective enchantments. Thaddeus composed his features, though the haunted look in his amber eyes, so reminiscent of his distant relative Remus, betrayed his unease. Just the wind, Miss Winters. The Highlands have a voice all their own. But later that night, as a full moon cast its revealing light across the school grounds, Thaddeus found himself drawn beyond the castle walls, his feet following an invisible path toward Raven's Peak. The amulet around his neck grew warm against his skin, pulsing like a second heartbeat as he approached the ring of standing stones that crowned the windswept hill. The dead creature lay where it had fallen, its silver blood now crystallized into something resembling diamond dust. Thaddeus knelt beside it, a profound sadness washing over him for a being he somehow recognized yet had never seen in any textbook or lecture. "An avian cervid sprite," came a voice from the shadows. "They haven't been seen in this realm for centuries." Thaddeus leapt to his feet, wand drawn and ready. From between two monoliths stepped a woman whose very presence seemed to darken the moonlight around her. Tall and regal, with raven hair that flowed like liquid night to her waist, she wore robes of midnight blue, adorned with silver thread that mimicked the constellations above. Her features held the haughty beauty characteristic of one family infamous in wizarding Britain. "Morgana Lestrange," Thaddeus breathed, his wand unwavering. "You're a long way from Azkaban." A smile curved her lips, though it didn't reach her eyes, eyes that held not the fanatical gleam of her notorious relatives, but something older and wearier. "And you, Thaddeus Lupin, are a long way from understanding your birthright." She gestured to the amulet that had slipped from beneath his robes, the seal of the Guardian. I wondered who carried it now. The Lupins were always secretive about their lineage, wise, given what the Ministry would do with such knowledge. "What are you talking about?" Thaddeus demanded, though a part of him, the part that dreamed of ancient halls beneath shimmering waters and knights who pledged their magic to higher purposes than mere spellcraft, already knew. Morgana approached the fallen sprite, her movements fluid as water over stone. "Avalon stirs, Guardian." The seal weakens. These creatures flee not to our world, but from what follows them. Her eyes lifted to his, filled with ancient knowledge and terrible certainty. The shadow dragon awakens. In the days that followed, more creatures emerged, some beautiful, others terrible to behold. A village near Hogsmeade was found abandoned. Its inhabitants vanished, save for a child who spoke of people made of light, who stepped through a doorway in the air. The Ministry dispatched Aurors who, lacking understanding of what they faced, succeeded only in driving the creatures deeper into hiding or provoking them to violence. Thaddeus, under the guise of academic research, began spending his evenings with Morgana Lestrange, learning truths that had been kept from him since birth. "Avalon is not merely the stuff of Muggle legend," Morgana explained, as they sat within a hidden cave beneath Raven's Peak, surrounded by maps and tomes she had salvaged from her family's libraries. "And it is the wellspring from which all magic flows, a realm where magic exists, not as a force to be channeled through wands, but as the very fabric of reality." Thaddeus traced the strange symbols on his amulet, which he now knew represented the ancient language of Avalon, and the Guardians, an order founded by Merlin himself, wizards and witches who pledged to maintain the boundary between Avalon and our world. Too much influx of raw magic would transform our reality in unpredictable ways. Too much outflow would drain magic from our world entirely. Then why did creatures never cross before now? Morgana's expression darkened. Because something hunts them. The shadow dragon, a being of anti-magic that feeds upon magical creatures and wizards alike, consuming their essence and growing stronger with each feast. It was imprisoned in the deepest reaches of Avalon eons ago, but now it stirs, sensing the weakening of its cage. Their research was interrupted by the arrival of a spectral messenger, a Patronus in the form of a fox that spoke with the voice of Minerva McGonagall, headmistress of Hogwarts. "Thaddeus, return at once. The Ministry has sent representatives who insist upon speaking with you." Upon his return to the castle, Thaddeus found not the expected Aurors, but 5 wizards in robes of deepest purple trimmed with silver, their faces partly concealed by enchanted shadows that obscured all but their eyes and mouths. The Council of Five, McGonagall murmured as she led him into her office, her Scottish brogue thickening with evident distaste. They claim jurisdiction over all matters concerning interdimensional magic. The tallest of the council stepped forward, his voice carrying the polished accent of wizarding aristocracy. Professor Lupin, I am Hieronymus Blackwood, High Counselor. We have been monitoring the incursions with great interest. Your family's connection to the phenomena has not gone unnoticed. A cold dread settled in Thaddeus's stomach. My family? The Lupins have carried guardian blood for generations, though most have been unaware. Your great-grandmother was the last active guardian of Avalon's seal. Blackwood's smile did not reach his eyes. We require your assistance in accessing the seal chamber. The Council believes the proper course is to study the energies being released. Something in his tone sent warning signals through Thaddeus's mind. Now, for what purpose, exactly? To harness them, of course, replied another councillor, a witch whose silver hair was bound in elaborate knots. Imagine the advancements possible with direct access to Avalon's magic, wandless spellcasting, immortality, perhaps even the resurrection of the dead. McGonagall's sharp intake of breath mirrored Thaddeus's own horror. You speak of violating the most fundamental laws of magic, she said. We speak of progress, Headmistress, Blackwood responded coldly. Progress the Ministry has been too fearful to pursue. His gaze returned to Thaddeus. You will guide us to the seal at dawn tomorrow, or face charges of harboring a known criminal, Morgana Lestrange. After they departed, Thaddeus turned to McGonagall, whose normally stern countenance had softened with concern. They've been watching me. Indeed, she sighed. The Council of Five operates beyond normal ministry oversight. Even as headmistress, my knowledge of them is limited to whispers and rumors, none favorable. Thaddeus gripped his amulet. Then I must find the seal before they do. The entrance to Avalon's seal was hidden in plain sight, a simple archway of stone within the circle at Raven's Peak, visible only under the light of a full moon to one who wore the Guardian's amulet. As midnight approached, Thaddeus stood before it, Morgana at his side, watching as the moonlight slowly aligned with the keystone. Why help me? He asked suddenly. Your family served Voldemort. They would have welcomed this chaos. Morgana's gaze remained fixed on the archway. My family served power, not Voldemort specifically. And they, like the Council, failed to understand that some forces cannot be controlled. A bitter smile crossed her face. Besides, the Lestranges weren't always servants of darkness. Before allying with Salazar Slytherin, they were among the original Knights of Avalon. I merely reclaim my own birthright. The archway began to shimmer as moonlight struck it directly, revealing a passage where solid stone had been moments before. A staircase descended into depths that seemed to shift between physical reality and something more ethereal. As they descended, the air grew thick with magic so potent that it manifested as motes of light drifting through the air. The staircase opened into a vast chamber whose true dimensions seemed to fluctuate and shift. At its center floated a crystalline sphere within which swirled galaxies of magical energy. Hairline fractures had appeared across its surface, from which the silver light of Avalon leaked into the mortal world. Morgana approached the sphere reverently. The seal of Avalon. Already it cracks under the Shadow Dragon's assault from the other side. Thaddeus felt the amulet burning against his skin, responding to the seal's presence. Ancient knowledge flooded his mind, words of power, gestures of binding, the proper channeling of his inherent guardian magic to repair what was broken. But before he could begin the ritual, A slow clapping echoed through the chamber. From a hidden alcove stepped Blackwood and the Council of Five, wands drawn. "Well done, Professor Lupin," Blackwood said. "Finding the entrance would have taken us months without your guidance." "You followed me," Thaddeus realized. "Tracking charms on your cloak. Elementary, really. Now, step aside. The power of Avalon will transform Wizarding Society forever." "It will destroy Wizarding Society," Morgana countered. "The Shadow Dragon waits just beyond that seal. Break it, and you unleash devastation beyond imagining." Blackwood's eyes gleamed with fanatical light. Fairy tales to keep children in line. "There is no dragon, only power waiting to be claimed." As the council advanced, Thaddeus made his choice. Raising his wand, he cast not a shield or offensive spell, but a summoning charm directed at the fracturing seal itself. The amulet around his neck shattered as it absorbed a fraction of Avalon's power, enough to temporarily enhance his magic beyond normal limits. With a thunderous crack, the chamber floor split between Thaddeus and the council, creating a chasm that swallowed two of the startled councillors. Morgana seized the moment to engage the others, her wandwork displaying centuries of Lestrange dueling techniques refined to lethal precision. Thaddeus turned to the seal, placing his hands against the fractured crystal. The words came to him in a language he had never spoken, yet somehow knew intimately. The language of Avalon, of binding and sealing and protection. As he chanted, the fractures in the sphere began to heal, sealing away the silver light. Behind him, Morgana had dispatched another counselor, but Blackwood proved a more formidable opponent. A curse caught her shoulder, spinning her to the ground. "Enough!" Blackwood roared, directing his wand at the seal. "Bombarda Maxima!" The explosive spell hurtled toward the crystal sphere, but Thaddeus threw himself into its path. The impact hurled him against the seal, his blood spattering across its surface. But rather than damaging the crystal, the blood was absorbed into it, catalyzing the sealing magic. The entire chamber blazed with light as the magic of Avalon recognized the sacrifice of a guardian's blood freely given. When the light faded, the seal was whole once more, its surface unmarred. Blackwood stared in disbelief, then in growing horror as the shadows around him began to coalesce into a dark mist that engulfed him despite his screams. "The shadows touch," Morgana whispered as she helped Thaddeus to his feet. "It claims those who would break the seal for personal gain." As dawn broke over Raven's Peak, Thaddeus and Morgana emerged from the hidden chamber, forever changed by what they had witnessed. The amulet was gone, but the power of the Guardian now flowed in Thaddeus's veins, awakened by contact with Avalon's magic. "What now?" Morgana asked as they stood among the ancient stones, watching the sunrise paint the highlands in hues of amber and gold. Thaddeus gazed toward Hogwarts Castle, silhouetted against the morning sky. "Now I truly begin teaching defense against the dark arts," he said with a faint smile. "And you help me re-establish the Guardians. The seal holds for now, but the Shadow Dragon is patient. It will test the boundaries again." Together, they descended from Raven's Peak, an unlikely alliance forged in ancient magic and common purpose, the last guardian of Avalon and the heir to a redemption long overdue, bound by a shared destiny that transcended the boundaries between worlds. Story 5, The Ancient Stones of Hogwarts Whispered Secrets in the Dead of Night. Secrets that slithered through the darkened corridors, winding their way between weathered statues and enchanted portraits whose inhabitants slumbered in gilded frames. These secrets found their way to the ears of those who listened closely enough, those rare souls with hearts open to the castle's ancient magic. Orion Black was such a soul, though he would be the last to admit it. The torchlight flickered across the vaulted ceiling of the restricted section as Orion's fingers traced the spines of forbidden tomes. The midnight hour had long since passed, but sleep eluded him, as it often did. His Gryffindor tie hung loosely around his neck, a crimson and gold badge of dishonor according to his family, the noble and most ancient House of Black. Blood traitor, his mother had hissed when the sorting hat had declared its verdict. 7 generations of Slytherins, broken by her firstborn son, Orion's fingers paused on a book whose spine bore no title, only a faint constellation pattern that seemed to shift beneath his touch. The stars realigned themselves, forming a symbol he recognized from his astronomy studies, the constellation of Orion, his constellation. Curious, he whispered, pulling the book from its resting place. The moment his fingers made contact with the weathered cover, a surge of energy coursed through him. The book fell open, its pages blank, save for a single line of text that appeared and disappeared like breath on a winter's night. Seeker of knowledge, finder of truth, the scattered stars await your hand. With a sound like autumn leaves scattering in the wind, the book dissolved into fragments of parchment that swirled around him before vanishing into the shadows of the library. A single page remained, floating before him, its edges glowing with an ethereal blue light. Without thinking, Orion reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the parchment, the words inscribed upon it seemed to flow like quicksilver into his skin, disappearing beneath his flesh. Knowledge flooded his mind, ancient words of power, incantations lost to time, the secret language of dragons, and the whispers of the dead. Orion gasped, steadying himself against a bookshelf as the torches around him flared, casting long shadows across the stone floor. When his vision cleared, the parchment was gone, but the knowledge remained, burning like a star in his consciousness. "What in Merlin's name was that?" he whispered. "My name indeed," came a voice from everywhere and nowhere. Orion spun around, wand raised, but found only empty air. "The first page has chosen you, young Gryffindor of black blood. Find the others before they fall into unworthy hands. The grimoire must be whole again." The voice faded, leaving Orion alone with the weight of newfound knowledge and a mission he did not ask for. By morning, rumors had already begun to spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Professor Binns, the ghostly history of magic teacher, had vanished, not merely gone transparent as ghosts sometimes did, but disappeared entirely. The headmistress had ordered all classes to continue as scheduled, but an undercurrent of unease permeated the castle's ancient halls. Orion sat in the great hall, pushing his breakfast around his plate while contemplating the strange events of the previous night. The knowledge from the page had settled in his mind like sediment in a river, clear and accessible, yet somehow separate from his own thoughts. "You look terrible," came a dreamy voice from across the table. Orion looked up to find Cassandra Trelawney regarding him with her peculiar silver eyes. The Hufflepuff girl was something of an oddity, a descendant of the famous seer Cassandra Trelawney, yet largely dismissed by peers and professors alike for her seemingly nonsensical predictions. "Rough night," Orion replied curtly, not inviting further conversation. Cassandra tilted her head, her long honey-blonde hair falling across her robes. "The stars spoke to you, didn't they?" "The missing page has found its keeper." Orion froze, his fork suspended halfway to his mouth. "What did you say?" "The grimoire is awakening. The others will come for the pages soon." She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Professor Binns isn't the only one who will vanish. Reality is being rewritten, one page at a time." Before Orion could respond, the great doors of the hall burst open. Professor Magaro, the transfiguration teacher, strode in, her face ashen. "All students are to return to their common rooms immediately," she announced, her Scottish brogue more pronounced in her distress. "Prefects, ensure no one wanders the corridors alone." As the hall erupted in confused chatter, Cassandra caught Orion's eye. "Meet me at the statue of the one-eyed witch during the commotion. The second page will appear at noon." The secret passage behind the one-eyed witch statue was cold and damp, smelling of earth and ancient stone. Orion arrived to find Cassandra already waiting, a lantern floating beside her, casting eerie shadows on the rough walls. "How do you know about the pages?" Orion demanded without preamble. Cassandra's silver eyes seemed to reflect the lantern light like twin moons. "I see things others don't. Fragments of what might be, echoes of what once was." She reached into her robes and produced a small, worn notebook. "I've been drawing them since I was 7. She opened the notebook, revealing page after page of intricate drawings, constellations, ancient symbols, and fragments of text that made Orion's newly acquired knowledge hum with recognition. "These are pages from the grimoire," he whispered. "The grimoire of Merlin," Cassandra confirmed. "And the most powerful spellbook ever created, dismantled by its creator to prevent its misuse. The pages scattered themselves across time and space, appearing only when they sense a worthy keeper." Orion felt the knowledge within him stir. "But why me? I'm no one special. A black in Gryffindor, the first in 7 generations. Blood and choice make powerful magic, Orion." She checked her peculiar watch, a device with multiple spinning hands and phases of the moon. "It's nearly noon. The page will manifest soon." As if summoned by her words, the air before them shimmered like heat over summer stones. A parchment materialized, ancient and yellowed, covered in symbols that shifted and moved like living things. Orion reached for it, but Cassandra caught his wrist. Wait," she warned. "We're not alone." From the shadows of the passage emerged a figure in flowing emerald robes, Professor Artemis Nightshade, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. His handsome face was distorted with ambition. His wand pointed directly at the floating parchment. "Step away from the page, Mr. Black," Nightshade commanded. "Now, you don't understand what you're meddling with." "I think I do, Professor," Orion replied, the knowledge from the first page giving him confidence. "The grimoire chose me." Nightshade's laugh was cold. "The grimoire chooses many, boy. It tests potential keepers, but only one can claim the final page and become the true heir to Merlin's power." His eyes gleamed with hunger. "And I've waited decades for the grimoire to resurface." "You're the one making people vanish," Cassandra accused. "You're rewriting reality with the pages you've already found." "Merely adjustments," Nightshade smiled. "Inconvenient obstacles removed. Soon, the wizarding world will be as it should be, with the worthy in command." With a flick of his wand, Nightshade sent a jet of purple light toward the floating page. Orion acted instinctively, drawing on his newfound knowledge to cast a shield charm so powerful it sent reverberations through the passage walls. The magic from the first page flowed through him, ancient and potent. Words he never knew spilled from his lips, and his wand movements were guided by centuries of forgotten lore. Nightshade's eyes widened in surprise as his spell dissipated against Orion's shield. "Impossible." "You've absorbed the first page completely." Taking advantage of the professor's momentary shock, Cassandra lunged forward and grasped the floating parchment. Instead of absorbing into her skin, as the first had done with Orion, it folded itself into an intricate origami phoenix and perched on her shoulder. It seems the grimoire has other ideas about worthy keepers, Professor, she said, a newfound strength in her usually dreamy voice. Nightshade's face contorted with rage. "Give me the page, you worthless girl." "Enough!" Orion stepped forward, his wand radiating golden light. "The pages aren't meant for one keeper, are they? The grimoire dismantled itself because no single wizard should hold such power." As the words left his mouth, the knowledge within him confirmed their truth. Merlin's grimoire had been divided not as a safeguard against thieves, but against the corruption of power itself. Nightshade's eyes darted between them, calculating, "You think you've discovered some grand truth. The final page lies in the Chamber of Secrets. When I claim it, even your fragmented power will bow before mine." With a swirl of his cloak, he disappeared in a cloud of emerald smoke, a method of transportation that should have been impossible within Hogwarts grounds. "He's found a way to bend the castle's protective enchantments," Orion said grimly. Cassandra's hand found his, her touch sending a spark of magic between them. The paper phoenix on her shoulder trilled a note of pure harmony. "We need to find the other pages before he does," she said, "and we need to understand what happens when the grimoire is complete." Orion felt the weight of destiny settling upon his shoulders like a heavy cloak. "The Chamber of Secrets," he murmured. "We need to get there first." As they hurried through the passage, neither noticed the subtle changes occurring around them, the stones rearranging slightly, the torches burning with different colored flames, reality itself shifting as the pieces of the most powerful spellbook in existence awakened after centuries of slumber. In the heart of Hogwarts, beneath the black lake where darkness reigned eternal, something ancient stirred in response to the grimoire's awakening. The voice that had spoken to Orion whispered again, though none were present to hear, "The pieces move into place. The game begins anew, and this time the outcome will be different." The true Merlin waited in the chamber, patient after centuries, ready to reclaim the magic that had once been his alone. The question remained, would Orion and Cassandra discover the truth in time? That the grimoire was not merely a book of spells, but a prison for the greatest wizard of all time, a prison now breaking open, one page at a time. Story 6. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle stood sentinel beneath a waning gibbous moon, their weathered faces bearing silent witness to 1,000 years of magical history. Deep within the forbidden forest, far beyond the boundaries that even the bravest students dared not cross, a seal older than the castle itself cracked with a sound like distant thunder. No human ear registered the breach, but throughout the Slytherin dormitories, sleeping students stirred in their beds as whispers in an archaic tongue slithered through their dreams. Etheria Blackwood bolted upright in her four-poster bed, emerald curtains swaying, though no breeze stirred the dungeon air. Her raven hair clung to her face, damp with cold sweat, as fragments of the nightmare clung to her consciousness. A chamber of stone, a pool of silvery liquid, and eyes that burned like twin coals in a face both human and serpentine. "Veni ad me, filia serpentis," the voice had commanded. "Come to me, daughter of the serpent." For 3 nights, the dreams had plagued the Slytherin dormitories. Bleary-eyed students shuffled through morning classes, whispering of shared nightmares featuring a tall figure in emerald robes who spoke promises of power and purity. Most dismissed the dreams as collective anxiety triggered by upcoming examinations, but Etheria recognized something more sinister at work. The voice that haunted her dormmates spoke of glory and domination, but when it addressed her, it spoke of destiny and blood obligation. During breakfast in the Great Hall, Etheria observed her fellow Slytherins with veiled concern. Theodore Knott's typically immaculate appearance had deteriorated into hollow-eyed dishevelment. Daphne Rosier traced the same paragraph in her potions text for 20 minutes without turning the page. Even Scorpius Malfoy, whose aristocratic features usually betrayed no emotion, flinched at shadows that weren't there. A moment, Miss Blackwood, Professor Archimedes Vector called as Etheria exited arithmancy that afternoon. The ancient professor, who had taught at Hogwarts longer than anyone save the ghosts, beckoned her into an empty classroom. With a flick of her wand, the door sealed itself with a shimmer of protective enchantments. "You've felt it too," Vector stated rather than asked, her piercing gaze studying Etheria's face, the disturbance in the magical currents. Etheria hesitated, decades of Blackwood family caution urging discretion. Her lineage, though ancient and respected, carried shadows of its own. Generations of Blackwoods had served darker purposes, though Etheria herself had quietly rejected that path, keeping her progressive views concealed beneath a veneer of traditional pureblood reserve. "The dreams, Professor," she admitted finally. "They're affecting all of Slytherin House." Vector nodded grimly. "Not dreams, Miss Blackwood. Intrusions." Something stirs beneath the forest, something that should have remained dormant. The professor withdrew an ancient text from her robes, its leather binding cracked with age. "This was entrusted to me by Albus Dumbledore before his death, with instructions to watch for certain signs. Those signs have appeared." The book fell open to a page marked with a silver ribbon. The text, written in archaic Latin, described the Founders' Pact, the magical covenant sworn by Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin upon the completion of Hogwarts. The margin contained annotations in faded ink. "The seal of Salazar binds not stone to stone, but soul to earth. Should the covenant be broken and the blood moon rise, 4 keys must unite to preserve the veil." "I don't understand," Etheria whispered. "Few do," replied Vector. "Even among the staff, knowledge of the Founders' secrets has diminished over centuries. But you, Miss Blackwood, your bloodline connects to all 4 houses, though your family acknowledges only its Slytherin heritage." Etheria's pulse quickened. Her grandmother, in rare unguarded moments, had hinted at such connections, but family history had been selectively curated to emphasize only the most prestigious Slytherin ancestors. "The dreams target Slytherin students because Salazar's spirit seeks a vessel," Vector continued, "a descendant with sufficient magical power to host his consciousness. But you, with your mixed heritage, present a unique threat to his return, and thus he calls to you most strongly." The professor retrieved a small silver key from a chain around her neck. "The restricted section, Tonight at Midnight. The book you seek bears no title, only the symbol of a phoenix holding 4 wands. Come alone. There are those within these walls who would prefer Salazar's return." The clock tower's final toll faded into midnight silence as Etheria slipped through the library doors. Disillusionment charm, rendering her nearly invisible in the moonlight that streamed through arched windows. The restricted section loomed before her, its iron gates yielding to Professor Vector's enchanted key. Among the ancient tomes and bound manuscripts, she located the book, its cover emblazoned with a silver phoenix whose wings embraced emblems representing the 4 houses. As her fingers brushed the leather binding, a voice spoke from the shadows. "I wondered when you'd discover your birthright, Blackwood." Etheria whirled, wand raised. From between towering shelves emerged Magnus Davenport, a Ravenclaw prefect, whose analytical mind and quiet confidence had earned him grudging respect, even among Slytherins. "Following me," Davenport, she challenged, though her wand hand remained steady. Waiting for you, he corrected, revealing a pendant that glowed with gentle blue light. Professor Flitwick gave me this last week when my dreams began. Not nightmares of Salazar, but visions of a raven leading me to 4 hidden chambers. Etheria lowered her wand slightly. Vector said 4 keys must unite. 4 descendants, Magnus clarified, 1 from each founder's line. The pendants guide us to others who share the burden. As if in confirmation, Etheria's book emitted a soft green luminescence that harmonized with Magnus's pendant. Before either could speak further, the library doors creaked open. 2 figures entered cautiously. Helene Wexley, a Hufflepuff known for her extraordinary empathetic magic, and Gabriel Stone, a Gryffindor whose talent for combative spells had made him the youngest dueling champion in a century. "The badger led me here," Helene whispered, her yellow pendant pulsing in rhythm with the others. Gabriel's red amulet completed the quartet of lights. 4 descendants, 4 keys, 4 chambers, Magnus summarized. According to Ravenclaw lore, the founders created failsafes should any of their number turn against the school. Etheria opened the Phoenix book, its pages turning of their own accord until settling on an illuminated map of Hogwarts, unlike any in Hogwarts, a history. Secret passages and hidden chambers blossomed across the parchment, including 4 locations marked with their respective house emblems. "The Chamber of Secrets was just the beginning," Gabriel murmured. Each founder created a sanctuary containing an artifact of their greatest power. "The blood moon rises in 3 nights," Etheria noted, recalling Vector's warning. We must retrieve all 4 artifacts before then." The Gryffindor artifact, a jeweled sword that complemented the famous Sword of Gryffindor, lay hidden behind the tapestry of Barnabas the Balmy, accessible only to one of Godric's bloodline. The Hufflepuff chalice, twin to the one Voldemort had corrupted as a Horcrux, rested within a chamber beneath the kitchens, surrounded by plants that parted only for Helene's touch. Ravenclaw's diadem, not the replica destroyed during the Battle of Hogwarts, but its sister crown, sat upon a stone bust in a tower room that materialized only during specific astronomical alignments. Slytherin's locket, the uncorrupted original from which Voldemort had fashioned another Horcrux, proved most difficult to obtain. Its chamber lay beneath the Black Lake, accessible through underwater passages that tested even Etheria's considerable magical prowess. When she finally emerged, locket in hand, she found Headmaster Thaddeus Gaunt waiting on the shore. His thin lips curved in a smile that never reached his eyes. "Impressive, Miss Blackwood," he said, extending his hand. "The locket, if you please, for safekeeping." Something in his tone raised Etheria's suspicion. "The Professor Vector entrusted this task to us, Headmaster. Archimedes Vector exceeds her authority," Gaunt replied, his affable demeanor hardening. "The artifacts belong in Ministry custody." "Strange," came Magnus's voice as Gabriel and Helene emerged from the tree line, artifacts in hand. The Phoenix book mentioned nothing about Ministry involvement. Gaunt's expression flickered with barely suppressed rage. "Children playing with forces beyond their comprehension. The Ministry has monitored Salazar's seal for centuries. Its weakening presents a unique opportunity to harness ancient magic for the greater good." "Not the greater good," Etheria realized aloud. "Your good, the Gaunt family, descendants of Salazar. You're not trying to prevent his return. You're facilitating it." The headmaster's facade dissolved entirely as he drew his wand. "The Blackwoods were once loyal servants of purer ideals. Your ancestors would be disappointed, Etheria." "My ancestors weren't always right," she countered, the locket growing warm against her palm, as if responding to her bloodline. And neither was Salazar. Gaunt's curse shattered against a shield, conjured by Gabriel with reflexes honed through countless dueling tournaments. Helene's charm pacified the ground beneath the headmaster's feet, causing him to sink ankle-deep into suddenly malleable earth. Magnus's precisely calculated disarming spell sent Gaunt's wand spiraling into the darkness. As the four students stood united, their artifacts began to resonate with harmonic energy. The book had described a ritual site at the forest's heart, where the broken seal could be reinforced with the Founder's combined power. With Gaunt temporarily neutralized, they made their way into the woods, following the pulsing light of their treasures. The seal itself was a massive stone arch embedded in an ancient oak, runes of containment glowing with fading crimson light. Through the arch's center, a shimmering veil rippled like disturbed water, occasional glimpses of serpentine shadows visible in its depths. As the quartet approached, the shadows coalesced into a face of terrible beauty. Salazar Slytherin, as he had been in his prime, noble features twisted with a millennium of patient hatred. Filia Serpentis, the apparition hissed, focusing on Etheria. Libera me, restitu mihi meme gloriam. Free me, restore my glory. For a heartbeat, Etheria felt the pull of her Slytherin heritage, the allure of power, the seductive whisper of ambition fulfilled. But beside her stood the living embodiments of qualities she had secretly admired. Magnus's wisdom, Gabriel's courage, Helene's unwavering loyalty. "I am a daughter of all Hogwarts," she replied in the same ancient tongue, surprising even herself with knowledge she hadn't realized she possessed. And we reject your return." The four students raised their artifacts in unison as the blood moon crested the horizon, its crimson light intermingling with the emerald, sapphire, ruby, and amber radiance of their treasures. The air grew thick with magic that sparked between them, forming a web of power that enveloped the arch. Salazar's face contorted with rage as the veil between worlds solidified once more, the seal's runes brightening with renewed strength. His final howl of fury faded into the night as the blood moon reached its zenith, its light reflecting off the four artifacts now permanently bonded to their bearers. In the silence that followed, Etheria felt something shift within herself, not just the pride of victory, but recognition that her path would never again be defined solely by her Slytherin heritage. The shadows of her family's past had not disappeared, but alongside them now stood the light of three unexpected allies, their shared destiny only beginning to unfold beneath the watchful gaze of the Founder's legacy. And deep within the castle, as Headmaster Gaunt nursed his wounded pride and plotted his next move, the portraits of four Founders stirred in their frames, eyes opening to observe a new chapter in the eternal vigilance of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.